Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome back to KSP. Hi, Starfighter. Good to see you. Yeah, last time we wrapped up with our first crewed launch of a Mercury capsule, which was absolutely a success. If we check our astronauts, Stefan Hahn has, I don't know if I can actually see his history. Maybe I could see it from in the astronaut complex. Can I see that he has experience? That's really what I wanted to see. Yeah, he has experience. He's got a star. I think that's what that means. Our second astronaut is in training for their Mercury capsule, and it looks like the Mercury 2 will be ready right about when his training is done. So I think we can jump right into flying another Mercury mission, first things first today. As far as our other things go, this first generation commercial applications, I don't know if I'm going to do, because the Scopos is buggy enough that it is very frustrating, and I don't know if I want Scopos maintenance contracts lurking forever. So we might give up on commercial applications, unfortunately. But as soon as we do our second crewed orbit here, we can go ahead and grab advanced crewed orbit. Yeah, which takes the same number of slots, so that'll go right in. And that's going to be a nice bump in funding, actually. Wow. But we'll be able to start working on this one a little bit. I think we could probably design a Titan. We might not be able to queue up the research yet for second generation capsules. We'll see where we get as far as science from our second Mercury mission. Let me see. I check this. Yeah, visual tracking. Weird that says 0.9, but whatever. Liquids and microgravity we did. Flight control experiments we haven't done yet. That should be queued up on the next one. I don't remember what the rest of these are. Here, we can see it in the VAB. I just want to figure out what experiments we still have left, what we're gonna... Mercury 2. All our flights are flight control experiments. This is true. Alright, if we open this capsule, we've got, yeah, flight control experiment and Earth photography. And those are going to be worth how much science? $22 and 44. So that's like 66 science. Which I will be pretty happy to get. The one thing I want to check on this is the duration of our... Yeah. I'm glad I double-checked. Our science needs 6 hours. I'm going to set this to, like, 8 hours, just to make sure that it fully completes. I think we have 8 hours of supplies. How do I check this in Kerbalism? There's got to be a way to see, like, water, well, duration, perpetual. 44.8 microliters per second is used for drinking. Is that with a crew, though? Do I need to put a crew in here? Oh, no. Okay, this has a person in it already. Oh, okay. The lag went away. Maybe it's just the crew tab. I was gonna say, the game can't crash in the first 15 minutes. It's not allowed. It's too soon. Anyway, consumed is 45 microliters a second, and we have 10.4 liters. 45 e to the minus 6 out of 10 is 4.5 megaseconds. Let's get that into hours. That's not right. Oh, I'm doing it backwards. 10 divided by 45 microliters a second. There we go. That's better. So 60 hours of water. Oxygen is maybe the more concerning one. Consumed 7 milliliters a second, and we have 2.57 kiloliters. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. $100 hours of air. Yeah, okay. Water is heavy, leave it on the ground. We could. We don't need this much water, although I think some of the processes actually use water. So I don't necessarily want to do that. Lithium hydroxide, duration 3 days. Yeah, we're fine. 8 hours is no problem in this capsule. I don't remember if I enabled, like, all the worst, like, stress things in Kerbalism. It might not be happy about that, but I just want to make sure that we're up there long enough. I don't know. What was the longest Mercury flight? Wow. Yeah, 35 hours. Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, God. Can you imagine being in a Mercury capsule for 35 hours? I have sat in a 2-scale model of a Mercury capsule, and I basically don't fit, and I'm not a tall person. That would be awful, being in there for a day and a half. Would need to take so much Imodium. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're good. The point of all this was to make sure we were good for an 8-hour mission, and we're good for an 8-hour mission. Let's make sure we have the right contract. Collect basic crew science. We can also fly extra single crew missions if we need to, if we don't quite get all the science this time around. I don't think there's a reason to. This is going to give us, yeah, the Gemini heat shield and some other stuff. So we're going to want to get... I really need to figure out where we can get more science more easily. Obviously, when we do fly our lunar orbiter, and getting these two techs is what's going to let us do our lunar orbiter in one form or another. Either with the MLI layers here, we'll be able to send the whole Centaur, or with early docking procedures, we'll finally have hydrazine thrusters, and we'll be in a much better place to have a self-contained probe. Or both. And then we'll be able to get a bunch of research from around the orbit of the moon there, but, you know, we need to get to the next science tiers. We've got quite a bit to do. So if there's stuff that I can get from, like, Earth high altitude that I haven't gotten, like, with my Atlas, God, I wish I could change the size of this science archive page. I keep coming to this corner and I just can't do it. Like, biological sample 2. Let's look at this. Space high, 55 science. We never did that. I bet we could return a biological capsule from space high. Like, I bet we could figure that out. Cherenkov detector, Earth. Space high is pretty much done. Space low is not. Okay. How long does this take to run? Oh, 90 days. That's a long one. Cosmic ray science. Yeah, space high is done. Moon. Yeah, space low and space high. I think this is one of the ones that I wanted to put on my moon probe. Earth photography. Oh, we're doing that. Infrared radiometry. Yeah, we haven't done any of infrared radiometry space high. Is Mercury not a biological capsule? Let's, you know, details. Intermediate period comet sample. Oh, this is an actual asteroid sample. We can't do those. Magnetic scan. I think we've done space low and space high. Yes. But we've got this one to do space low and space high on the moon. Landing is going to get us a ton of tech. And maybe that's what we need to push towards, is a lunar lander. Earth, space low, space high, done. Moon, space low. Oh, I already got mass spectrometry space high on the moon. Nice. We got that during one of our flybys. Micrometeorite, probably done. No, haven't done micrometeorite space high. Orbital perturbation. Oh, interesting. That's a lot of science. It takes 10 years, but that's a lot of science. I probably, when I researched this tech, should have lobbed a very elliptical probe into orbit around Earth with this orbital perturbation on it, and we still could. And it'll just be a nice, slow trickle of passive science. Photography 3, which includes Photography 2 and Photography 1, so we would only ever send up Photography 3. There's a bunch left to get, but meh. I think pressure scan we're probably good at. Moon. Yeah, also done in space high. Video imaging is probably done. No, flying... Oh no, that's flying high. Space low is done, space high is done. And then moon... Yeah, space low needs it, so... There's a bunch of Let's not use any laser height sensors for our moon landing. Those don't have the best track record. Yes. Agreed. Anyway, there's some stuff that we could get. I mean, I think the best bang for our buck would be something that goes up to, like, space high for a couple of days with biological sample 2, and these are 1 day per biome, so that needs to be up for a few weeks to get all that. But just lobbing biosample 2 to space high would be 55 science. That's a tech, right? Unfortunately, that sounds like a lot of science, but these are all in the like 40 to 50 something range at this point. But one extra tech is one extra tech, and that helps us get, you know, we need early landing and second gen capsules for Gemini. We need, you know, our next gen solar tech and comms tech and all of these things, right? So the more we can get done, the better. I wonder if I can do that on my Thor. Can I build an advanced biocapsule on that will get to high orbit on a Thor? Probably not. It probably needs an Atlas. Here, biosatellite return. What is this? Holy crap, this is like an old Thor Able. Okay. I said we couldn't do this, but now that I'm looking at this... Yeah, this has 10,000 meters a second. Space high is a high orbit, right? Yeah, like 35 megameters. I love this little probe, though. So yeah, we'd need, you know, some different return motors, obviously, because we're coming in from a much higher altitude. And we'll obviously use the Mercury-type heat shield. We might want to wait for the Gemini heat shield if we're coming down from high orbit. And if we're waiting till we have the Gemini tech, then we can definitely just use the Atlas launch complex and put it on a bigger rocket. There's no sense screwing around with a Thor Able or something like that. Well, we'd use our, like, Thorad Able Star, of course, our most recent one. The one we've been using for our comm satellites, our TV satellites. This guy. But still, I don't think we necessarily need to rush that. Like, that's 55 free science we can grab whenever we need it, is the way I'm looking at that. It's not something we need to push on immediately. The maintenance contracts for Scopos, I think, should be okay. I think it would be enough for the AP to be in space high. It just takes longer. If it's just kissing the edge, then it has to be up there for weeks, versus if the whole thing is in space high, it just has to be up for a day and then it comes down. Doesn't really matter. There's no sense in having it spend time in space low, other than that it would be a cheaper rocket. I could double check that, but I don't think that has any requirements. No. No requirements on the orbital shape. We compare that to, like, orbital perturbation that has, like, inclination requirements. There's one that requires a really circular orbit, and I don't remember which one that was. Anyway, let's get, right, the sense in space low is it takes less DV. Exactly. And this is why we're not taking the next commercial satellite contracts once these ones are finished. Because it's going to keep interrupting me. Yeah, these are both fine. All of these contracts are fine. Availability 1.5, 4.5. Yeah, these are all fine. But yeah, Scopos has a lot of notification spam. So that's why we're, and we should have automatically taken the next one. Month 7 and month 5, yep. But it kind of anytime the month rolls over and it resets its counters, it'll yell at you. And it probably has some issues with high time warp as well, because everything does. All right, capsule is rolled out. Astronaut is done with their training. We've got the contract, right? First, no, collect basic crew science. This one. This wants flight control and Earth photo. Oh, it wants flight control. Does this one have flight control, or did I do flight control in the previous one? No, this one has flight control. Okay. That's good. And Earth photography. Perfect. And that's what this contract wants. Flight control and Earth photography. Yep. All right. Let's fly this. Jorg Braun is ready to go. Launch. We already, we did our first one of these last week. Looking good. should be dropping... There we go. We can go back into time warp there. That was just Kerbalism taking us out of time warp because it thinks we're running out of liquid oxygen. Quadruply redundant altimeters, yep. Look. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell how high you really are. All right. Ooh. This wants a 24-hour orbit. Shoot. I'm an idiot. I missed that requirement. All right, we're going to have to fly one more of these. We're not going to get this contract done here, because this is only set to an 8-hour script. Could I do anything about that? I could fly it manually. That would be the option, is kill the script. And we do have an astronaut, so we are allowed to fly manually. Can we fix it in production? You know what? We can. Let's get out of time warp. Open terminal. We're going to abort our program. We're gonna copy this into a new program. We're just gonna call it Mercury Return. And then we're gonna pull out everything from here up. Yeah. Except not that much, because we still need orbit time. So we're going to pull out all of this. There we go. Now we can set it to run for 24 hours. And then from here... Oh, what did I do? Oh. What? Oh, volume is out of range and not accessible. Okay, we're just not, What is the shortcut that ends up turning this on? Why? Okay. Alright, so we need to wait until we have comms connectivity, and then we can run that script. There we go. And we fucked something up. What did it do? Why did we stage? Yep, I didn't delete the line that said stage. Well, we just killed an astronaut. That was pointing prograde. There is no recovering from this. And the worst part is I made sure to delete that the first time, and then the second time, when I had to undelete the actual orbit time, it didn't get deleted. I undid too far. That's bad. That's really bad that we just did that stage. I don't think this thing has forward and backwards RCS. Do I even remember the keyboard shortcuts for forward and backward RCS? Oh god, you can't see anything from this view. I forgot. You have to go to the main menu. H and N. Nope. Oh no, none of those are working. Oh, maybe I need to turn SAS off. Yeah, we have pitch and roll, but we have no translation control because this is a Mercury capsule. Do I revert? Turn radial and burn side? No, we don't have any translation. We only have... Yeah. Oh. Wait. Let's give these... coactuation toggles, yaw pitch roll, enable port starboard for both of these. No, it's not enough. And it's too, they're out of alignment with each other because of how these capsules actually works. Right? They're like... Keep the LES on future missions? Yeah. I should have just let it run for 8 hours and launched another flight. Well... I guess RIP this guy. I really don't know. Well, there we go. I clicked to Space Sender. We've lost the ability to revert the flight. That's it. Alright, we're gonna launch another one of these. Unfortunately. We're gonna set the script to 24 hours. 26 hours, actually. Give it some extra time. Yeah. His mind's not all he's gonna lose, unfortunately. There we go. Died of CO2 poisoning. R.I.P. Ugh. Oh, that stinks. Is my other astronaut actually going to be ready? That's a question. 9:16. Mission training is going to be a little bit later, so yeah, it'll be a couple of months, but we'll be there. Oh, we got 200 applicants for our first human spaceflight, so we should put those to work as researchers as well. Oh. Whoop. Crewed orbit program has expired. Yep. And then a bunch of SLA warnings. That's not surprising. Oh, this takes 71 days to run the... Okay, that's gonna stink. All right. Not the only thing that expired. Yep. All right, we're not going to roll out this Mercury capsule yet because I still have to do Stefan's emergency training here. Mercury mission, 69 days. All right. This is... Like I said earlier, this is why I'm not doing any more Scopus contracts. Let's make sure we don't click too many times and go into the VAB. All right, I think we can start the rollout now. Yeah. All right, we've got an astronaut ready. We've got 26 hours on the script for our return, so we don't have to mess with it on orbit again and kill anyone else. Let's skip to morning and fly this thing. And then for our advanced capsules, we're going to have to start hiring a lot more astronauts. We're going to need to do... I mean, I suppose we could do orbital rendezvous with Mercury capsules and we'd only need 2 astronauts, but... Yeah. I mean, that wasn't really the problem that we had, though. It was that I messed up on the modifications. And I should really set up a comm satellite cluster constellation so that we always have communications everywhere. I just haven't gotten around to that yet. That looks really bad. That is a nasty rendering. Oof. Bug. Is that just going through the clouds? I guess so. Yeah, and we've got flight control experiments and Earth photography, so both of those should complete. Oh, right. It did the thing again. Sorry. Kerbalism keeps taking us out of time warp due to liquid oxygen, and, like, I don't know if I want to disable that warning, because sometimes that's going to matter. Right now it doesn't. All right, there we go. And this should wait in orbit for 26 hours this time. All right, and we are in time warp mode, so let's get out of that view. The script is great because I can just increase the time warp speed. And it does the right thing. Here, let's open... If I look at data, can I see... Auto? Oh, they're not running. Shoot. Well, good thing these only take a few hours. We need an LLM integration to determine when a LOX warning is important, said no sane person ever. You know, I would say if there is a Well, even that's not necessarily true. I was gonna say, if there's a decoupler between the crew and the locks, it's probably not important, but, like, there's a decoupler between an Apollo capsule and its service module, so... All right, we've been in orbit for 6 hours now. Earth photography's done. Oh, does that stay? Of course, that stays on the ship. That makes sense. Here, let's go one faster. Stefan's head feels light. We've got lithium hydroxide. We've got water. Why does his head feel light? We've got plenty of O2. We've got plenty of lithium hydroxide. We have no electric charge. Oh no, did I just kill another astronaut? Unable to breathe properly. Can I see the processes? I have no processes. Yep. I just killed another astronaut. Oh my god. Died of CO2 poisoning with plenty of lithium hydroxide. Yeah, I was going to say, the whole lithium hydroxide system is passive, I'm pretty sure, in the real world. But the computer doesn't have control anymore anyway, right? We're going to cross our 2-hour point, and we're not going to come out of time warp because the script is dead. Oh, I probably could have had him take control and return it manually. I didn't even think about that. Oh, but probably not. With no power, can I do RCS even? Like, would any of that have worked? Can I deploy parachutes? Like, no. So. Crew duration record 1 day. All right. And of course, I turned off power warnings because those were always obnoxious early in the game, so I didn't get a warning from Kerbalism about that. Yep. Okay. So what's the power capability of this then? One day, 2 hours. So we were like just on the, and we used a little bit of extra for whatever reason, RCS or KOS or something. So Mercury Atlas 9 ran for 34 hours. So did they have a special... Hmm. Can we install a little hand crank generator? Yeah. Oh, the avionics. There we go. But I would expect that to have been on the whole time in the real world. Those should be on, but those should use a little bit of extra power. Because, like, obviously I can strap more, like, batteries to the back of this thing somewhere, but that doesn't seem very, realistic. I can definitely turn off the avionics when we don't need them. And then this thing can last for a very long time. Okay, so Mercury Atlas 9 did include extra batteries. I don't know really how they were configured. That's true. We have to try to figure this out until we have a new astronaut. I mean, I can just strap more batteries to the outside, but I'm surprised, given how the BDB parts and the realism overhaul parts usually work, that there isn't some, like, obvious extra mercury batteries thing that I can enable. All right, let's hire a new pilot. All right, Paulette, you are our new sacrifice to the gods of outer space. Let's start her training. Oh, because that takes, like, the better part of a year. Maybe we should hire Rockstar developers instead. You know... they might be... That is not my experience with so-called Rockstar developers. In my experience, they break shit. Alright, let's figure out if we can add some extra... I mean, obviously we can add extra batteries to this. I just want to figure out, like, where the best place to add them is. Oh, look at this, like, enhanced retro pack. I'm gonna bet we enable crossfeed. We'll leave it on basic, but that feels like a good spot to stick my batteries, which we don't have. There's no standalone batteries. That means I have to use a tank. Oh, I don't want to use a tank. Alright. I have to use service module tanks for this. Or we slap on some solar panels. That's an idea. That might be easier. Alright, well, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back from that, we'll figure out how to get power. We only need a couple hours of extra power on this thing, like, for us to be able to handle finishing this contract successfully. We were right on the edge on the last one when we killed that astronaut, so let's, yeah, solar panels might be good enough, honestly. They really might. Alright, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll play with some options. Alright, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out through the ad break. I played with a couple of things during the ad break, and I think solar panels are a great choice. There was one of these that I liked. Mariner 5. Is that the one I wanted? Yeah, Mariner 5 angles down. Right there. Look at that. They lie pretty flat on the side of the capsule. They point a little bit funky, but good enough. You can't set the angle, unfortunately, on how they extend. So this is going to be Mercury 4. So I think we have a couple of small tweaks. We don't need Mercury orbit. We do need Mercury orbit. We don't need Mercury return anymore. This is the line that killed us, by the way, right here. All right. So we stage panels on, RCS on. The direction is not our ship prograde anymore. We want to do... sun direction. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And that way we point our panels at the sun instead of pointing ourselves prograde. Yep. There, we'll add a second for the panels to deploy before we enable RCS. It shouldn't actually matter for the gameplay, but I think from a realism standpoint, these panels are pretty close to the RCS pods. So they'll, you know... Yes, these are cold gas thrusters on Mercury, but still. Wait a second. Can I just add more battery to this directly? Is there just space in here for me to do, like... a little extra. Not a lot extra, but enough extra. Where does that put us? 1 day, 6 hours. That's good enough. All right, let's double check our staging. Is that lighter than the panels? Who knows? It's more realistic than the panels. I think our staging is correct here. All right, yeah, Paulette is in the capsule as far as the game is concerned, so she should be there in the sim. Yeah, let's just sim this thing and see if we're good and if we make it for that 26-hour flight. We should have 30 hours of battery now. So... Hey, Serenity, welcome in. Good to see you. Zero days since last fatality, yeah. Well, you know, it's Kerbal Space Program. I'm gonna have to dig through my graphics folder, and there's a I made a variant of my avatar face where I flipped the mouth upside down so I look horrified. So I gotta make sure I do that on the YouTube thumbnail for this episode. They already shut down due to fun. Yeah, NASA is unfortunately non-essential. All right. Let's check this. Working brick by brick, yeah. Bricks are not a good material for space. Oh, whoops. I changed the script to point at the sun, but then I got rid of the panels. That's funny. All right, we have to rerun Earth photography. Forced run. The space shuttle was a pretty cool brick. I really wish I could just disable the... I really wish I could just disable the loss of connection chatterer sounds. Because the other random chatter is fun, but in Time Warp, the loss of connection is just awful. Alright. We should see this come out of... Time Warp. There we go. Pointing retrograde. Looking good. Oh, speaking of Mars, I need to put that Mars rover game into my rotation for a stream day. That looks fun. All right, that looks good. Three people in and we have 2 successful missions? Yeah. All right, we do have all of the Earth photography data, though. So in theory, when we land... Well, we might not see this contract complete in the sim, because we need to actually get that science, and we don't get the science till we recover, and we can't recover because we're in a sim. But we should see everything else complete except for this 100% of Earth photography. Where are we actually? There we go. Coming in over the night side for a landing in Pacific Ocean somewhere. There's Africa. There's, I think that's the Indian subcontinent. That's Japan. Are we over Australia somewhere, or are we over Indonesia? I think we're over Indonesia somewhere. I could be wrong, though. There we go. Plenty of ablator left. Not that that's really been a concern. Parachutes armed. I think we're good. Yeah, this should be fine. And again, we have 100% of that. Well, we have some crew reports, whatever. And we have the Earth photography. I think we're good. I think we got... Not that we were expecting any issues, but we weren't expecting any issues the last 2 times I killed astronauts, so rerunning the simulation was worthwhile. I think... Yeah, we're good. 8.4 meters a second. We don't have to sit here and wait for this. We can head back to the VAB. We have storage costs, so there's no sense queuing this up to build it right now, because it's going to take my astronaut like a year to get trained up. Because we had to emergency hire a new astronaut. And so we can leave this for now. Yeah. So I think I want to fast forward until we have early docking procedures. And, Yeah, none of the rest of these are affordable to us right now. I'm trying to think if there's any other... Yeah, this thinks there's 44 of it in a flight somewhere, which is wrong because that flight has been destroyed. Interesting. I think that's a Kerbalism bug. Flight control experiments we got the data from. That's fine. So, in the interim, what do we want to do? This is the question. We have time to kill. I want to get early docking procedures for our lunar flight, and that's about 4 months of fast forwarding, which we could do. I probably... Well... You know what? Let's just try something. I don't remember how far I got in the script for the moon orbiter. Okay, it doesn't try to go into orbit, but it'll at least get us to the moon. Let's open the moon orbiter in its current form. That Luna 6? Yes. Right, this can't be a balloon tank. I remember that, so we're gonna have to redo some stuff. That off, take those out. Take the RCS off. This whole tank needs to come off. And we will grab a isogrid. Yeah, don't worry, we're making it the same style again. Let's see. The nose was like dome something. Dome framed small, I think, is the one I used. And then I set the diameter such that that was this width. Is that just 2.5? Yes, that matches. Beautiful. That's what I did. And then the mount was... also one of the dome framed. Think. Did I just use the same mount? Maybe. Alright, and then tank type. AL gridded. How do I set my MLI layers? That's a question. Use tank type. No. Is it in here somewhere? I might need to Google this. Or check the forums. Oh, probably 1 second. I know the issue. Here, let's get this put back together, and then we'll fix it. Almost certainly, I don't like that mount in that form. Ooh, we have Centaur-style mounts. Although they have a bunch of tanks on them already, and that kind of... Skeletal? No, don't love that either. Like, I like some of these designs that have cool bottoms, but, like, I also do need to put my own fuel tanks for the RCS in there, so... Maybe we will go back to... No, none of those. Yeah, maybe we just keep it this one. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, that is 8. Oh, do these just not line up at 15 degrees? Is that the issue? Apparently that's the issue. Okay. Well, I'll mess with their positioning in a little bit. That's not a big deal. The other thing that is floating loose is our engines here. Up. And... up. Okay. So let's fill this for... RL10. Yep. And what's the rated burn time for this engine? 430 seconds. Okay. Cool. That is exactly 430 seconds. We'll overburn that a little bit. But that should be pretty close to what we want. Let's I'm gonna give this another name because I don't want to overwrite the old one yet. Well, let's head into the VAB and let's unlock the... I might have to unlock the MLI layers in the VAB. I don't know if there's a GUI in the... Or sorry, in the research so that they're available in the VAB. So if I come here and I say MLI wrapping, please unlock. Now if I come in here, can I add the MLI layer? MLI layers, there we go, 1. All right. So... what are you full of? Nitrous oxide? These are set to nitrous oxide? They are. Let's just sim this. And what I want to see is how well our remaining fuel is looking, how well that one MLI layer works getting to the moon. Because it might be... oh yeah, we can absolutely do that again. We'll fix that before the final one. I just want to get the sim going. Looking good. Because the question is one MLI layer enough for us to make it to... for us to make it to the moon? Or are we gonna need to go back to plan B, which is wait until we have... hydrazine thrusters, which is our next tech that we're going to unlock. And then put hydrazine thrusters on the probe and have the probe do all the whatever we need it to do. Oh, I didn't even check if this avionics was good enough. Oops. We'll find out shortly. You know what? No, let's just go back to the VAB. I'll fix the color while I'm in here, too. All right, so this whole thing weighs, what? 8.5 tons. This avionics is set to 10 tons. Okay, that's fine. We want the gold texture on... oop. Everything. And then if we open recoloring, we want metallics, gold. Is this what we had before, or did we have, like, orange foam before? We might have had orange foam before. But I certainly don't mind the Mylar look. I feel like I should do it on this one as well. Yeah, maybe not. That doesn't scale super well. Alright, that's sides. Where's ends? Here we go. Also, foil. It's all foil. It's foil everywhere. Everything's foil. Double check our staging. All looks good still, and it does. All right. Staging is good. The probes have enough. Avionics. Let's get the sim going again. The plastic packaging industry is advancing to space. Yep. So even if we don't have enough, even if one layer of MLI isn't enough for going to lunar orbit with a Centaur, I think we still want to use a Centaur for our TLI stage. We can take the MLI layer off, save a little weight and some cost, but the Centaur is just so much more efficient than our Regina that if our orbiter probe is going to have, you know, even much more efficient hydrazine thrusters instead of cold gas, we will we'll still want the Centaur to be able to lob the extra weight of all of those thrusters and everything, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Right, we're looking good here. Oh, look at the sunrise reflecting off the gold probe. It's actually not the sunrise. That's going west. What happened is we went high enough that now we can see the sunset. Technically. Does that count as a sunrise? I don't know.
Space! Space!
There we go. That's moving. Lol. Was that a preemptive rested pepperonis for the ban that you just saw coming, Starfighter? It's a new account, too. Usually those are like old accounts that had passwords broken, but that one was from August. I always check. At least it was nice enough to leave a follow, yeah. There we go, and now the sun is setting again. We're sticking to 3x time warp because 4x, it seemed like it was a little bit unstable. But 3x seems okay with the autopilot. There we go. I don't know how low this tries to get its eccentricity. There we go. 0.002. That's a pretty circular orbit. I mean, obviously we could go more circular, but once we have hydrazine RCS, like these orbital maneuvers where we have to move a little bit radial in or radial out to get ourselves like really circularized, I think are going to be a lot easier. I'm really looking forward to having real RCS unlocked. Oh, I should open the KOS terminal so we can actually see what this thing's doing, huh? And then the other thing is we want to pin this, because I want to see if our... if our fuel all boils off on the way to the moon. And let's get into noodle view. Plotting frame MEO. Where's the moon? There's the moon. All right. Should be starting its burn shortly, I think. Yeah, we're no longer in time warp, so we're within a couple of... There it goes. How's our TWR? 2.1-ish? All right. All the way up to 3.2 TWR already. And... That looks beautiful. Predicted moon periapsis is 1.4 megameters. This should go into time warp shortly. And then we want to watch our delta V here for boil off. Yep, it all boils off. Okay. So one MLI layer will get us a few orbits around the Earth, but it won't get us to the moon. This is going to try with RCS, so that's not going to work. But yeah, we have no fuel. It's trying. The line is moving. I could see it shifting a few pixels at a time here. I don't know how well that shows up on stream. But this is not going to get to lunar orbit. Okay, that's fine. This was expected, I guess, is what we're going to say. That we didn't have enough MLI layers to actually, like, lob this thing at the moon. So instead of doing that, what we will do is we'll wait until we have the next tech, and we will put proper hydrazine thrusters on this thing, and it will get itself to into orbit. We'll have to make some changes to the script for that as well, but I'm not too concerned about that. So yeah, that's April of 67. We will skip ahead to... And of course... No, we can't, not without more tech, unfortunately. Oh, Scopos. Only a few more in-game months before we're done with those maintenance contracts from Scopos, and we can... There we go. Early docking procedures done. What? Experimental transatlantic failed? Yeah, that was just too much time warp for too long, I guess. Ugh. What's that gonna do? Okay, it at least, like, doesn't lose all of its months. It didn't restart to month 0. Okay. Let's start. We're just going to get rid of this MLI layer. We don't need it at all. We don't need this thing to survive TLI to begin with. RCS, we're going to upgrade all of our RCS here. Our best ISP is Arazine 50. Tech level 2. Yes. I hope I hit my mute button on time. That was a spectacular sneeze. Remove all tanks, fill with Arazine 50. I don't know how much, RCS we have here, but lots. Alright, now we gotta redo some of this stuff with this probe. One of these has to be used in Earth orbit. Is it the Cherenkov that only works in Earth orbit? Yes. Okay, so that comes off. Micrometeorite detector can go where the Cherenkov was. Hopefully that's close enough to balanced. Then, if we find in thrusters and small engines... Yeah, I guess we want this guy, right? That's the thruster. Yeah. Needs high pressure tanks. Arazine 50, tech level 2. These guys also need to be set to 50. Get rid of these. Let's get some bigger tanks. This one. There we go. 1,000 meters a second. That's plenty for a capture burn plus some maneuvers. How much does this whole thing weigh? 0.3 tons. Okay, so we need to bump up our controllable mass. Two hours when not looking at the sun. I think that's probably fine. We could put more battery in it. Yeah, this is my concern. Whoops. Is that we may not have... our Delta V. Because we're at 12,100. I don't know if that's enough to hit orbit. Or to hit our lunar transfer with the... Centaur, because this upper stage is just heavier. So that is our next thing, is figuring out how do we best strip some mass I suspect we need way fewer of these fuel balls. I have no idea how much. Technical term, fuel balls. Yeah, absolutely a technical term. It sounds like the name of some, like, caffeine-infused candy or something. Fuel balls. Okay. Focus, Brandon. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think we want to use silver on these. Otherwise, the texture ends up, like, split between flat and not flat. Yeah, let's try it with 4 of these, because that gets us a lot of extra delta V. And I'd rather use fewer larger spheres than more smaller spheres, even though the more smaller spheres looks better. Fewer larger spheres is going to give us better payload ratio, right? And at 13,830, I think this is enough. This should be enough to achieve orbit, lunar orbit, broadly speaking. It's just going to be a matter of cleaning up our script a little bit. So let's do that. So this is the capture burn that I had originally done for the Centaur. And I think we need to move this into, like, a probe. Yeah, let's just make a probe. Probe.ks. And we're going to copy capture burn in there, and then we'll make some whatever changes we need to make. Because we're not going to be using the Centaur for this part anymore. Oh, thank you for auto-formatting this in, like, the worst possible way. So all we have is capture burn. Our engine is not ROE RL10 fixed anymore. It is ROE-generic-quarter. All right. Are those caps in that? No. And then, so we shut down the engine. We do a bunch of math. We need to do power up and power down correctly for our probe. That's worth looking at. Those need to be functions that we copy in. Oh, and it is add break o'clock. All right. I need to get myself a little bit more water. And when we come back, we'll finish doing this this kind of script adjustment so that we can use this for the probe stage, quote unquote, rather than just the Centaur. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate you hanging around. All right, welcome back, folks. I copied in the power up and power down, but these need to be changed. I think for probes, we can assume that the avionics we want to manage is the root part, which I think is just, that's a thing I can do on like vessel root part, right? Yeah. So we just want to do ship root part. And then we can activate and shut down the avionics. That's fine. The other change is I don't think... We do some stuff here where we shut down the engine, and then we lock throttle to 1 to do ullage, and then activate the engine, and I don't think we need any of that. I think we just do it here. We just engine activate, and that's fine. Same thing here. We don't need to wait 3. We'll skip the engine shutdown, and we'll just do it. You know what? No. Change my mind. We'll get rid of our weights that we do for ullage, but we'll keep all the logic around shutting down the engine. I'm just a little more... Whoop, capture source, sorry. I'm going to keep the logic around shutting down and starting the engine. That way, if the throttle gets set funky due to KOS doing something weird, or due to KOS... some other mod doing something weird, or if we do ever just want to throttle up and use just the RCS, not our thruster engine or whatever, we'll treat it the same. All right, so if we check the moon orbiter... we're going to have to change some of our... instead of a Centaur power down, we just stage here. At lunar arrival, this is going to be probe capture burn. Right. We need to do... what did I already forgot what I called these functions. Probe power up and probe power down. No, we actually want to stage... yeah, I guess it's fine. If we have the Centaur point us to the sun and then stage, then we don't need to do anything until we get here. And then for the deployment, it's not really deploy anymore, but we power on. Lock steering to sun, blah, blah, blah. What did I call these? Power up and power down. All right. So yeah, power up, point at the sun, power down. Lunar arrival is just a capture burn. I think that's all pretty much it. I think we want this engine to go live in this... you know what? Just to be on the safe side, we'll put it in another stage, and we'll do it at lunar arrival. We'll stage, and that activates that engine. Throttle should be 0 at this point, but that way if we're throttling up, if we change any other code around things, we don't stage this engine until we're ready to do our capture burn. Although I think if we're going in and like manually doing an activate engine, we don't have to stage it even. But... alright, we've got 13,830 meters a second. So we can definitely have less delta V, like, in this stage. Which will get us a little more... too many fuel balls, yep. And that just gives us a little more delta V in the Centaur stage. Let's fly it like this. Let's see where we end up at. If we miss our transfer burn, then we can tweak the Centaur. I also want to see how the Centaur does on its RCS, because I have no concept for how big these tanks of RCS actually are. Like, now that we're using the new RCS tech. All right, I think everything's ready. All right, so what we hopefully see here... oh, good. No, this isn't gonna work. Let me... 1 second. I missed a step. bring in our code, and revert to launch. And then hopefully it's April now, end of March. And I think Paulette's training is complete in like October. So we can we should be able to launch this while she's finishing her training, and then we'll be able to build and launch her Mercury capsule. That is the plan, anyway. What was that? Oh, my staging got messed up at some point. Let's figure out what's going on there. Engines, this. Ah, here we go. The Atlas skirt and the fairings ended up in the same stage. Which I think is what happens when I disconnect the Atlas from the bottom of the fairings. Their staging gets merged together. I think I've seen that before. There we go. Honestly, I probably should be using staging less and be using explicit KOS, like interactions with parts, more. But it's nice to see the stages and sort of understand that the general mission is in order. And it's nice to have scripts that rely on stage because they're reusable. But like for things like the Atlas decoupler and the procedural and the fairing drop that are things that happen on events. Yeah, the only reason I use explicit engine names is because you have to like just grabbing the stage's engines. Yeah, I could probably do that more often. For ullage and things like that, to just turn all the engines off in this stage. There we go. That's what that was supposed to do. And then we get to 100. All right, this is one of the things we want to be keeping an eye on. Is how our, Oop, we bonked. What's the bug? I know what this bug is. I left this called Centaur instead of Probe for my sort of ad hoc namespacing system here. That would do the trick. All right, so where are we in our phase? Because we tried to do Centaur orbit. Yeah, attempt to get suffix orbit. Okay. So we can load circularize. Oh, I'm so glad I set up this whole system. And then... Yeah, so we used almost no RCS there, which is what I thought. I was pretty sure that these, this fuel is a lot denser. So we can switch to a much smaller amount of RCS fuel here. And that'll give us a little extra oomph in the Centaur stage, and should leave us still... I want to make sure we have some extra capacity in the orbiter. And we'll see how much is left over, obviously, after the circularization, when we're... after it's done canceling all of its vertical speed and anything else, but... the blue glow of the hydrogen engine. Very nice. Oh, we're doing fine. We still have 3,000 meters a second at Delta V here. Yeah, we're good. And in fact, as we burn through our RCS fuel, we're getting meters a second back very quickly. But yeah, we have plenty of Delta V on this. Okay. I'm not even worried anymore. 3,400 plus. And that's dropping because we're getting a little bit of evaporation, I assume, is what we're seeing. Cancer juice power. Exactly. All right, let's get the noodles up for the transfer. Not that I'm expecting any issues, but coming up on the ascending node. Ooh, nice red glow from the sunset behind us. When am I going to add animated emotes? You know, I have not, animations are just such a pain in the butt to do. So the answer is when I decide I have time. I've been thinking about it, but... I should have some extra time to work on some channel stuff like that during October and November, the second half of October into November. So... hopefully soon. Think we're in a good place. Yeah, we can start time warping here. Oop. 3x. All right. Points to the sun. And then once it's stabilized, I think it's going to stage and drop the... Yes. It's going to stage, and then it's going to go into time warp. Yep, we went into time warp. All right. Warping to periapsis. Beautiful. Avionics, unlocking controls. Don't love this. Oh, we're out of electric charge. Well, that's bad. Yeah, we're pointed away from the sun. How did that happen? Well, that's our problem, is we're facing away from the sun. Okay. Let's, must have been the sun that moved. Yeah, it definitely moves 180 degrees over the course of 2 days. You know... Here. Let's do this. Let's have the probe get itself aligned to the sun instead of relying on the Centaur to do that. That way, I think we're pushed away a little bit from it. So let's warp back to pre-transfer and see what that looks like. Let's see if this does a better job of stabilizing itself. Pointing at the sun. And then we're gonna time warp. We should time warp. There we go. Oop, yeah, it's definitely tumbling again. Question is, alright, well, it did tumble again, but it at least was able to maintain power this time. It's really hunting. Oh, we want, there we go. Guys, we're doing a lunar capture burn. Maybe. This is a very long burn. This is like a 10-minute burn. Okay. So we might need to do this, start this burn a little bit earlier. Because it is like a 10-minute burn. I didn't realize this thruster was that slow. We might also be able to pick a higher thrust thruster. Well, you know what? We might be okay. Look at that. That looks like a freaking orbit. What is this going to try to do? It's going to pull us down to like 125 kilometer periaps, I think is what it's going to try to do. And we're going to be in a really elliptical lunar orbit. I don't know why it put us into time warp. For 6 hours. Oh, it's going to warp to periapsis. And then which at 4x is going to be super slow. Oh, and this is going to be super confused now. Okay. Nope. We're going to have to make some tweaks to the script here. So we just wait 1 here. Let's wait 2 seconds here for the engine to finish shutting down. Hopefully that'll let it actually go into... Maybe I need to do this manually as well. Set warp mode to rails. Wait. What? Oh yeah, threshold over 2. Threshold times 2. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So what phase is this in the code? We are in lunar arrival. There we go. That into time warp. Because it is a very, very long burn. Well, let's see if I got the warp bits right for this thing to actually be able to fast time warp around to PE to bring down the AP. Oh, we still have a little ways to go here. The two-phase capture isn't necessarily needed, but it does let us just ensure that we're in a more stable orbit, just closer to the moon, right? And this is a fairly polar orbit, too, which is nice, because we'll get biomes and stuff for anything that is biome dependent. I'm not sure which experiments are. And I'm just watching our periapsis. We're at 3 megameters. We're going down to 0.1 megameters. So, almost there. Six, 5, 4, 3. Down to time warp 0, 2, 1. All right. There we go. Oh, yeah, we should add that to this part of the script to point back at the sun during the capture. It doesn't do that. All right, and this should get it into a 120 by 500 orbit, I think. Ish. Ooh. All right. Well, that's a problem. We're going to have to make some changes. We're going to need a little more delta V while that's loading. The other thing I want to do is here, is I want us to point at, let's see, before we do engine shutdown, lock steering to sun direction, wait 1, wait until steering locked. Then we power down, unlock steering, set warp mode to rails. We'll wait 1 here again. There we go. That way, when we warp to the second, we warp to PE to bring down our apoapsis, we'll be pointed at the sun the whole time. Should just help the ship stay charged. And then in here, We need just a few hundred meters a second more on that upper stage. And we had a little bit to spare in the Centaur, so I'm not overly concerned about it. What are you? Luna 6B is what we called you. We need to come up with a better name for this thing. But, I mean, if I just set the small core, that's an extra 700 meters a second. And we lose a little under 300 meters a second from the previous stages, which I think we can spare. It's pushing it. This side away from sun. Okay. Let's re-sim that with the slightly larger payload. Or slightly larger fuel tanks on the probe. The other question I had was, do we have a better thruster? And I think the answer is no, unless I want to put 2 of these on. But maybe it doesn't matter. I guess there's the generic 1.1 kilonewton thruster, which weighs twice as much. I'm not too worried about it. We can time warp through it, and the capture burn seems to work fine. It's not like it's such a slow capture burn that we have to be really worried about, like, when we arrive or when we start burning relative to our arrival at the moon. Like, it's fine. And we probably, if we need to get a few meters a second of delta V back, we can always shrink the RCS balls on the Centaur a little bit again, right? Like, that has heaps of RCS on it right now. And we could probably get a few meters a second of delta V out of that. It also could be worth putting a little more fuel in the Centaur, just so that it because we do have a little bit of boil off in orbit around the Earth. We're only up for a few hours, but, like, that's long enough. So if we can avoid that, either with MLI or a little extra fuel, that might actually be a worthwhile trade-off, like, mass-wise, to have that extra delta V when we need it getting out of orbit versus like, the MLI layers are cheap mass-wise, I think. So that'll be probably the first thing to go to, and then if we want to try adding a little extra fuel to this tank, we can do that as well. That would be, I think, my order of preference for that. So this wants to start its burn, I think, 3 minutes before AP. It actually tells us. 183 seconds before AP. Yep. So that's, like, actually perfect when we ditch the Atlas stage with the Centaur. It's a really good orbital insertion. I'm very happy with how the Atlas and the Centaur behave together. It's almost like they were flown together in real life or something, but we're doing really well there. Oh, 3x. 4x is too much. And then we should see, we want to have about I think it's about 3,000 meters a second of delta V for our actual TLI burn. So if we come out below that, we're gonna be sad. The other thing we can do, of course, is we don't have to bring our AP down as low, right? It could be fine to just leave it in a higher orbit, but the more closely bound it is to the moon rather than the Earth-Moon system, the happier I will be, because Principia likes to kill lunar probes. All right. Yeah, 31. We'll see where we end up. But we may want that MLI layer. Because we've lost quite a bit already. Yeah. Getting nervous. Wonder how much RCS we could save if we didn't oversaturate some of the thrusters. It's a good question. I'm not super worried about it. We could probably cut these RCS tanks easily in half, maybe even a quarter. So if we need a little bit of extra Delta V in the Centaur stage, I think we already have it, basically. I could probably have this warp a little bit closer than 4 degrees away from burn start. Transfer DV is 3065. We have 3065. But I think it actually burns a little bit longer than that calculation. So I think we want that extra Delta V that we don't have right now. So we might have to go back to the VAB and make a couple of tweaks there. Oh, no. It took it. We still should make a couple of tweaks before the final launch. Give ourselves a little bit more breathing room in the Delta V. We'll get the MLI layer back on, because I don't think it costs us that much. It'll save us more Delta V than it costs us. Ooh. And then, yeah, we're out of juice again. All right, well, let's fix that first, and then we'll see what else we can figure out as far as the pointing at the sun thing. Because it seems really like we are stabilizing. We have a pretty tight stabilization window before we time warp. There's a reason that it sits so long. It's making sure that it is stabilized. But it's not stable enough. So what was I doing? I was putting MLI on this, which costs us... yeah, 1 meter a second. And it'll save us quite a bit. And the other thing I was thinking I could do was ditch half the balls. All right. That should give us a little more breathing room. As for this guy, if I double this, how much delta V do we lose? 14,667 and 1832. 14,660 and oh, like almost nothing. Okay. Like, what if I go real big? Okay. Yeah, then I don't care. There we go. Problem solved with our power. I don't know exactly how long that'll last. What does this think this runs? 20 hours? Is that with avionics disabled? 20 hours with avionics disabled. Yeah. Batteries are just so much better than they were at earlier tech levels. I guess it's not even worth messing around with anymore. Like, we can throw a couple of kilograms of batteries in here. Who cares? Let's just double check. Yeah, all of our experiments are set to actually run. Yes, 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 and yes. This thing is S-band, 30 dBm. That'll do plenty of bandwidth for all of our science experiments. All right. I think... Oh, we're so close. We are so close to having this probe, like, this lunar orbiter done. And we should also get the manned program done. So that's our two big programs wrapped up today. And I am really, really happy about that. Twitch wants to run an ad, and I need to get myself a little bit more water. So I'm going to let the ad break happen, and when we come back, we'll try this simulation again, and I think we're pretty much there. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are ready to sim this thing for what may very well be the last time. Fingers crossed. If everything goes well, if we have enough extra power, etc., etc. Here we go. So what did we change with this? We added more battery to the upper stage, so we want to keep an eye on our power sort of use profile, as well as our capture burn delta V, make sure that all that looks good. And we added the MLI layer to the Centaur, so we should lose less delta V during our parking orbit and should have a little more headroom on the TLI burn. Those were the two big changes. All right. We're a little bit before. That's fine. Oh, I just realized those thrusters are like pointing inwards slightly. They're a little too far back. Oh, same on the front. I should fix that. That'll save a little bit of RCS. Because they're fighting each other a little bit there. I gotta move them more towards the center segment of the dome, or of the cylinder. That's fine. That's a tweak that I'm comfortable making without resimming, so I'm not gonna revert now. Right, and then yeah, 3,300 meters a second delta V to circularize. We are at Probably just about one more minute. A little bit less. Minus 2 megameters PE. Minus 1 megameter PE. There we go. And it's just burning slightly radial to try to bring our eccentricity in a little further. There we go. Done. Are we doing on RCS fuel? Oh, we're fine. Yeah, and we're going to have lots of fuel now for the... I guess I didn't realize how much we were also already losing to evaporation, like, as we were lifting off, which I guess makes sense. So yeah, we saved a ton of delta V with that MLI layer. All right, I'm not even worried about the size of our probe anymore. Like, if we need to give this thing a bunch more fuel, we can. Because we have, like, 300 meters a second extra delta V on the Centaur stage. Orbital perturbation requires a minimum inclination, and that's fine. Because it seems like, for the most part, we come into a pretty inclined orbit around the moon. So I'm not worried about that. Any second now. There we go. But yeah, you can really see what I was saying about these being pointed inward slightly during that ullage burn. So I will fix that before we queue up the final build for this. The AP has to be below 5 megameters. Okay, so we do actually have to do kind of this two-phase capture burn. We don't have to get the AP all the way down. We could leave it up at like 2 or 3 megameters instead of the 500 kilometers that I'm pulling it to. Maybe that's worthwhile. But again, the more tightly bound to the moon we are, the happier I'll be as far as, like, orbital stability and whatever else. So yeah, this is going to point itself at the sun. It's going to stabilize. It's going to hunt for a little while, because... yeah. But, yeah, with the new... what just happened? Oh! Damn it! Hopefully this hasn't been broken. If the script broke because we got kicked out of Time Warp, I'm going to be very sad. I may have messed this up by taking us out of Time Warp. No, it might recover. All right. Yeah, there's our burn. We're okay. Yeah, my only concern is that this is a... much, could end up being a slightly longer capture burn, although we had no problems before, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, it's fine. It's a little bit of a longer capture burn because our TWR is a little bit lower because we're bringing a lot of extra fuel. Still burning in, still bringing in our PE. We're at 3 megameters. We're going all the way down to 120 kilometers. So we have a little ways to go here. Four, 3, 2, 1. All right. God, that PE looks really close. Which I guess it is. All right, and then as soon as this thinks it's stable at the sun, there we go. It will warp ahead. It's still not stable at the sun, but... that's fine. We still have heaps of power, so... And the real question is 900 meters a second enough for us to bring down our 8 megameter AP to 500 kilometers. I think yes. We might want to start this burn a few seconds before PE. I think right now we start it like right at PE. But other than that... Oh. Oh, yeah, brought it down to 500. Yeah, perfect. And then it points itself at the sun. And there we go. And then we check this. It says it's perpetual, it's charging. And we would go to the Space Center, and we would call ourselves very happy with a job well done. Some of these are longer experiments, obviously. We could definitely tweak the script so that we burn a little bit sooner. But I don't think that's necessary. Like, we're still at a reasonable, like a 500 by 80 elliptical orbit is great, right? I think all of our experiments can run. And that's what matters. We're going to be in a fairly polar orbit. Yeah, so we should be able to hit most of the biomes with imaging, with visible imaging as well, which is perfect. Our antenna signal is great. We're sending 10 kilobytes a second, which is way faster than we can collect data, that's for sure. Is this it? Is this good? Yep, we're pulling... Well, it says we can bring in 48 extra watts. So in theory, this should be charging. In practice, yeah, it's up to 967. I think it was at 966 before. All right. I'm happy with this. The only thing we need to do is fix the RCS on the Centaur stage, because that's a little cattywampus. So what I want to do is... we just grab this and put it a little further up. And then we'll use fine adjust here to bring it back down where I want it. Which is like right there. Perfect. Same with these ones. Bring them down around and then... fine adjust. Kinda right there? Is that how I've got these ones? No, I've got these ones a little past. Kinda right there. Yeah, I think that's pretty close to even. We'll call that good. All right, now here's the question. How much is this behemoth going to cost us to tool? All right, what do we have to tool? We have a radial tank ISO grid structure. I think that's these. HP aluminum at 0.5. Really? I don't have these tooled at some other diameter? HP AO gridded. 0.4 by 0.4. Yeah, okay, if we bring them down to 0.4... they're fine. The question is that gonna be... You know what? We have plenty of Delta V. Let's just put 4 of them on. That's fine. And fine, adjust these kind of back in where I want them. Yes, the 0.4 by 0.4 has a higher dry mass, but I think we've got plenty of fuel for the RCS. And we've got plenty of overall Delta V. I think. We can resim the launch and just make sure we've got the Delta V for a lunar TLI burn after our circularization. We don't have to resim the whole mission. Procedural fairings, yes, these are new, because these are our new big fairings for this stage. These are specifically sized to be 10 meters here. We can go up another meter. It probably doesn't cost us that much more. just to make sure that we have the payload capacity, and we will resim that as well before we tool everything. But that just gives us a little more room in here to stretch the Centaur or have slightly bigger payloads before we need a whole new fairing. Modular tank, 2.5 by 5.6. That's going to be this. Avionics, 10 tons by 1.25 by 0.5. That is this. Oh, I could also probably get rid of some of the extra battery that's in this avionics unit, but that's okay. Modular landing tank, and then the... Alright. That all looks fine as far as what we're tooling. Before we do the tooling, let's just sim the first half of the launch. Let's make sure the new RCS tanks are looking good, that we've got plenty of RCS using the smaller tanks that are already tooled, the 0.4 meter ones. And then fall, that looks good. If nothing is wrong with any of our RCS bits, then I think we're good to go to actually tool everything and get this queued up to build. Looking good. Looking very good so far. Our CS looks good. Want to make sure that we're looking, yeah, we should have plenty. We've got like 50, 60 almost Aerozine. And I think that's going to be plenty for our I think that's going to be plenty for us to get into orbit and then get aligned for the TLI burn. And once we start the TLI burn, I'll abort and I'll go back to the VAB because we don't need to see the rest of it. I think the rest of it we've confirmed to be functional. Yeah, it's still... The RCS just isn't well aligned with our center of mass, so it's fighting itself a little bit, trying to stay rotated. But that's fine. We still have plenty of RCS. Yeah, there's heaps. Heaps. Got 3,400 meters a second. Yes, some of that is burning off, but it's burning off or boiling off much more slowly than it was before. I think we're good. There's probably like a worst case launch date where we're not quite going to have enough Delta V for all of our capture maneuvers and everything, but you know what? As long as we can get into a good enough orbit for the contract... Yeah, no problem on the RCS. We have heaps. Heaps and heaps and heaps. I think that's our lunar orbiter. We might have to launch a couple of them before it succeeds, because hitting the moon is still hard. But I'm pretty happy with this. We're just going to save this as Luna 6. We're going to overwrite the other one. We're going to delete 6B. Which we don't need anymore. Delete. We're going to tool it. We make sure we fit on our launch pad. Oh, you know what? We probably need to modify this for fuel. Yeah, because this doesn't have the fuel that it needs for the Centaur. All right. Modify. Yeah, we need to upgrade our launch complex to be able to handle a Centaur upper stage, and that's just going to take 3 days of... There we go. So it's the 2nd of April, 67. We want to start building because Paulette is still going to have to do her mission training, not just her proficiency training. We will want to do the whoa. Oh. There we go. We'll need to do her mission training, and that starts basically right. It takes about as much time to do mission training as it takes to build a Mercury Atlas, turns out. But this thing only takes like 2 months to build. So even if we miss, which is always a possibility, we'll have a couple more opportunities to lob these things at the moon before Paulette's ready to go. Get rid of these probes. All right. Got to clean up the dead astronauts from orbit. It's important. Clean up your dead astronauts. You don't want somebody's dog to eat that. Oh, ew, that was gross. I'm sorry. I think we're ready to warp ahead to, Oh, look, we're out of SLA again. %38 in April so far. 15% in April so far. 5.5%, yeah. Oop. What do we do? Back to normal. Contract complete. Contract complete. Okay. Everything's back to normal again. Yep. All right. I think we're good to go. I think we can just launch this thing. And hopefully we won't get too many alerts from Scopos during this mission, and we will be able to. All the time warp stuff will just run normally. Yeah, all of these have been good over the past 7 days. So hopefully they won't, hopefully they won't yell at us during this mission. That's what we hope. Here we go. First lunar orbit uncrewed. This is what we're going for. Right? Atlas has another... Well, we're 4x, so like 20, 30 seconds? 20 seconds. Left on its burn. And let's remember, there's always a chance this RL-10 fails, too. Like, we need a couple of ignitions out of it. And yes, our ignition chance is 91.6%, but... Our MTBF is only 30 minutes, and we have, like, a 5-minute burn. So there's also that. That's like a 1 in 6 chance that this RL-10 just blows up in our faces. Like, yes, as soon as it starts to get DU, it'll be better, but... Alright, we look stable, so let's time warp through here. Rust is fine. That's funny, the ISP and the rated burn time are very nearly the same. 420-something seconds, 430 seconds. I never noticed that before. It is a complete coincidence, of course. We're going to stick at 3x time warp because we noticed earlier that at 4x time warp, KOS gets a little finicky with the roll control on this. Or maybe it's pitch or yaw, I'm not sure which one, but just, we're a little more stable at 3x. Alright. And then we flip around. And this is just getting rid of a little bit of its vertical velocity, trying to bring us into a slightly more circular orbit. Which we have plenty of RCS fuel for. And there we go. 507 by 480. Our target orbit, by the way, is 500 by 500. So we're not as circular as we could be, that's for sure. But I think we're close enough to our 500 by 500 that all of our, like, TLI burn calculations work, and that's what matters. All right. And we're coming in now for our TLI burn. Couple of degrees away. There we go. So this should burn at around 93 degrees and a half or so, or sorry, 96 and a half. It comes out of time warp pretty early. I'm being a little conservative there still because I trust nothing. And just coming out of time warp can be finicky, so given the precision we need for our TLI burns. $96. And we should start ullaging any second now. There it goes. Engine failed. Womp womp. All right. Well, that's that. Is there anything on this probe that's going to get me science if I leave it running here? No. All right, let's fly another one. Engine failure. Early RL-10, not playing nice. Fortunately, we have lots of money and lots of time to kill, so... Luna 7. Launch. How are we doing? Okay, cool. We finished finally with one of these Scopos maintenance ones, so we only have the single transatlantic one that needs to be finished. Month 9 of 12. All right. Oh, no, and it decided it failed. Yeah, thanks, Scopos. Love you. It's not really Scopos' fault. Like, KSP does badly at high time warps, and I've been doing a lot of time warping for the past couple of in-game years. Stop! I clicked that button. I swear I did. It just didn't register. All right, I think we're ready to launch. And I think if this one fails, we have just about enough time to do one more attempt before I want the launch pad available for my astronaut when they're out of training. So hopefully we won't need that third attempt, but we have it if we need it. Oh, we got caught in whatever that is. I'm still not sure what causes this. Because we warp to, like, a time of... We leave a pretty... And maybe it's not big enough, but it leaves, like, a 10-second window that it tries to warp into. So it's weird that it gets caught in that, where, like, warp ends, and then it thinks that it needs to re-enable it. I might need to play with that a little more. Alright, well, our MTBF is up to a few more minutes. Oh, our ignition penalty is like 85% right now. Because... turns out, don't try to hot stage a Centaur. But we will see, once we're in orbit, what our ignition chance looks like. Oh, there's a restart ignition penalty. I didn't even see that. Maybe that's part of our problem. Yeah, 93% chance. But once we get this lunar orbiter finally done, and we get our last manned contract done, we're going to have 2 brand new programs that give us a ton of money. So, like, I don't really mind spending money right now on just getting this done. I have the money to burn, and I'm going to have even more money to burn soon. So if we have to launch, like, 5 of these things, we'll launch, like, 5 of these things. Right. Yeah, I want to see if the restart ignition penalty goes up after our first ignition. We can, oh, nope, 3x. That is... Alright, Twitch wants to do an ad in about a minute. I think that's going to be right around when this has circularized. So what I will do is I'll let this finish circularizing, and then I'll pause the game, and that way no one has to miss the actual TLI burn during the ad break, and when we're back from the ad, we will finish the launch. Sorry, I didn't do a better job of aligning that time-wise. But Twitch runs ad when Twitch wants to run an ads. And there we go, circularized. What do we do here? There it goes. Okay. And we should be coming out of this any moment now. Hello? Oh, right. No, it warps through like 11 degrees at 4x time warp. I'm an idiot. I was thinking we were only warping through 4 degrees, and I thought something broke with the time warp, but I think we're okay. That's wrong. Something is wrong. Okay. Well, I'm going to pause for now. We'll be back from the ad in just about a minute. There's about a minute left on the ad break, and we'll try to figure out what state we got into here and what it's doing. We might just have to revert the flight, though. Okay, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I don't know what went wrong here. But in the MEO plotting frame, we are way past, or... maybe it wants to go all the way to the AN? Is that the issue? Let's see if this will come out of time warp as we get closer here. If this doesn't come out of time warp, then something got really screwed up. I may have accidentally time warped through something wrongly. Or we found a weird edge case in the script, which is also always a possibility. Yeah, let's revert. No, let's load a save. Let's go to our circularize. Is that the one I want? Or do I want a different one? Ah, okay, I see what we did wrong. Yep, it is a bug in the script. Cool, we'll fix that. So here we wait until our we're above 10 degrees away. Whoops, didn't mean to drag that. Oh God, I think, we do? No, okay. Yeah, but then here we wait until we're less than 15. So it'll immediately, like, do weird stuff. So this needs to be, like, a 16 here. And we did actually need to go all the way around. But what that means, I think, is that we don't actually have to... This is the first time we've had one that wanted to go all the way around. Fascinating. What I think that means is that we can still just do this manually. And the script is fixed for the next one, but it should bring itself out of time warp as we come around to this side of the planet. Bring us down to 10x, and if we're lucky, it'll bring itself out of time warp, and if it doesn't, then something is screwed up for sure. And something might be screwed up. Alright, we might have to revert. Oh, nope. It figured itself out. That's just a really weird place for us to be doing an MEO, a moon transfer burn. I don't like that. That is nowhere near our ANs and DNs. Well, we'll see what happens. You know, that doesn't look terribly wrong, does it? No, that's fine. Okay. Maybe it works then. Go to MCI, because this is what we're going to do our capture burn in. All right, we've entered the moon's sphere of influence. Oh, we're still focused on the Earth. There we go. We have plenty of power, which is good. We must not have tumbled as badly as we have in some other attempts during simulations. But this should be able to do a capture burn here. Oh, no! My only concern is how equatorial this is. We might not be able to get the science from, I Which one is it? Yeah, orbital perturbation. Our inclination's too flat. Wow. I've never seen us come in with such a flat... I mean, it's beautiful. It's an almost equatorial orbit. It's really, truly something to behold. And unfortunately, it means we're not going to get orbital perturbation from around the moon with this probe. But that's fine. We knew that that was potentially not going to happen anyway. This is going to bring us down to a PE of 125-ish kilometers. When we are currently at about 25 megameters. So if we look at the map, we should see, yeah, we're still not even really in a stable orbit. We'll see these orbital lines get a lot closer together as we get closer to our actual target orbit. And as soon as we hit 5 megameters, yeah, there we go. The contract will start counting down. There we go. Now it's just waiting for science. There we go. Now we're going to warp to periapsis, and we're going to pull our AP down just a little bit more. It points itself to the sun in between each operation just to make sure its batteries stay charged. There we go. First lunar orbit uncrewed. Contract complete. And program is finally complete. All right, we're going to point ourselves retro, which is very close to pointing at the sun right now, actually. And there we go. Again, these are really long burns. Down below 1 megameter. And here it comes. There we go. Point to the sun. Let's warp around to the other side of the moon. Oh, we're tumbling a little bit. Yep, we lost line of sight with the Earth. We're on the far side of the moon here. What I want to try to get is a nice shot once we're actually lit by the sun again of the orbiter. I'm trying to get my thumbnail is what I'm doing. With like a crescent moon as we come around here. Hope this doesn't think it's doing anything other than pointing at the sun, or I'm going to be very sad. There we go. There's our thumbnail. Get that nice and big, fill the frame. There's the Earth. Cool. I am very, very happy with that. That is huge. All right, let's go to the Space Center. The moon has a new satellite. Oh, and we did it faster. The real one was Luna 10. Early lunar probes is finally done. All right, now we can grab uncrewed lunar surface exploration. We'll just do fast, I think. That gives us 5 years. So we're going to have to write a program to land on the moon. That's, and that will be, hopefully, a lot of fun. Oop, darn it. Even with the slower time warp, we're still hitting... How many more of these do we have? Month 10 of 12. Okay, we're almost done. Oh, and we have a bunch of science that got transmitted during that time warp. Yes. All right. So basically all of this science needs to go into Gemini. We probably want the better RL10. What does that upgrade look like? Which config is this? RL10A31. So rated burn time is an extra 40 seconds, and ISP is pretty comparable. Okay. So yeah, it's just a straight longer burn. 1964 orbital rocketry also gives us advanced AJ-10. It gives us a whole bunch of engine upgrades for the 87 and 91. So that's our... if I can find the chapter we actually get those unlocked in. Yeah, here we go. LR-87 and 91 are the Titan rockets, which, if we want to make a historically accurate Gemini, we'll use those. We're pretty much at the end of... Oh, we do have the E1. But yeah, we might want to look into that, whether we want to do something different from a Titan, because the way RP-1 models things, there is a cost to hypergolics, so we may not want to go with the RL or with the Titan. We might want to find other options. I don't know what those options would be, but I mean, I guess there's the H1. Yeah, so this is the Saturn 1 engines, basically. And what do these run? These run on locks in RP-1. Yeah. So I wonder if instead of... Oh, these have kerosene versions of every subconfig. Interesting. Lower thrust. Okay, we'll have to look into that and figure out what... But like with 1964... No, 63? Where was the H1 hiding? Oh, this was already in 61, and we might even have some upgrades for it at that point. No. Okay, we get the H1 engine upgrade in the next tech node, 64. But we could build something that's more like a Saturn 1 than like a Titan, using the H1 rockets and maybe an AJ-10 upper stage. Like, we could skip most of the Titan family tree entirely if we wanted to for our Gemini. Do something different. Although I don't know if I love the idea of the cluster of H1 engines. And then we get the F1 in 67. All right, that's several tech nodes ahead of us. Those 50 guys can all go into researchers. That's fine. Training. Mission. Mercury for Paulette. Start training. It's going to take a couple of months, and let's get her Mercury capsule being assembled. Is this one technically going to be 5? Oh, boy. Mistakes were made. And yeah, this is just alerting because it gets confused easily. All right. And Paulette's training is done. Let's clean up all these notifications again. Warp to sunrise, may as well. Ooh, more video imaging from the moon. Oh yeah, let's take a look at how we're doing with that, actually. Cosmic ray science, can't do... Oh no, here we go. Moon. Did I not put cosmic ray science on that probe? Interesting. Infrared radiometry. Moon. We've done a bunch. There's still a bunch to do. Magnetic scan around the moon. Space high is done. Space low is happening slowly. Mass spectrometry around the moon. Totally done. Micrometeorite detection is probably not quite done yet. You have about halfway done. Orbital perturbation won't work. Pressure scan should be done. Yep. Video imaging from the moon, I think, is still... Yep. Bunch of... We may or may not get all of these, because we're not in as inclined of an orbit as I would have liked. We really don't have that level of control over our TLI burn. Unfortunately. Let me double check. I wanna hop onto the probe real quick and just check what it looks like as far as its science experiments. Did I really miss cosmic ray science? Or is it just off for some reason? I did. I missed cosmic ray science. It's not on here anywhere. All right. Oops. Let me see if this thing will drift so that it's pointed at the sun again, just so it'll say it has infinite power when I... Just want you to say you have infinite power. Say perpetual. Beautiful. All right. All right, we are now ready to we're ready to launch what is hopefully our last Mercury capsule. If I kill any more astronauts today, I'm going to be real disappointed in myself. All right, Paulette. Here you go. We've seen these Mercury launches quite a few times, both a few real ones and many simulated ones. I think the only thing that I need to do is set Earth photography to forced run once we're in orbit. Yep. This flight control experiment, we did get the data back from our previous attempt, because that data was transmitted, but Earth photography, we did not. All right, and as soon as this decides, we can mute that while we're going through orbit. I should be able to just time warp faster. Here, let's center on Earth so we're not wibble-wobbling the camera so much. 2 hours. Go one more. This is a 26-hour mission. There we go. Return home safely, and we need to bring back the Earth photography, which we do have. We're pointed retrograde, looking good. Paulette is very excited. There we go. That should be a totally reasonable return. We're at a 230 AP and just about negative 75 PE, which I think is very safe. We are... Where are we? I'm zooming out of the capsule, not out of the Earth. There's North America. That is India. Let me look at a real map. Yeah, I guess we're coming in over Indonesia or the Philippines or something like that. I think, is this cluster of islands in front of us? No, that is not the Philippines. Yeah, I think we're over Indonesia. Yeah, I think I even found these islands. So yeah, we're over Indonesia right now. Papua New Guinea is just over the horizon here. And then it looks like we have the photography samples, the 44 credits. Good. We also have a little bit of crew reports. Oh, sorry, I should have been time warping this whole time. Yeah, I don't know what all these little islands we're flying over are now. We are somewhere northeast of Indonesia. I don't think we're far enough north for, like... Are we far enough north for, like, Guam? Oh, we're going pretty far north. So maybe? Maybe somewhere near Guam? There we go. That looks good. Rear radiation is 0%. She never went to a high enough altitude. Never had to deal with the Van Allen belts. I think I have career radiation turned on. we're just kind of waiting for this capsule to make its way down to Earth. I wonder what that is that we can see just over the horizon. Is that the moon? Is it just very small because of the way the game camera looks? Alright. And if this works right, do a normal recovery. Maybe. And that should finish the contract because we got the science recovered that it wanted. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be really sad. Yes, contract complete. And program complete. Let's grab a couple more. Do we need the 64 orbital rocketry? This does have the H-1 engine upgrade and an LR-7 engine upgrade. So maybe we want this, but I think we also definitely want all the new science experiments, right? So let's get that queued up. And then figure out... Oh, fuel cells, better solar... Yeah, we're going to want all this. Let's grab that. And that's pretty much all of our science. All right. I mean, it would be good to get the better RL-10, but we'll wait. When do we get the, like, better RL-10? Isn't there like an RL-10 with an extending... Extendable nozzle. Okay, that's in like the 90s. I didn't realize that was that new. Okay. So the answer is no. We don't get a better RL-10 anytime soon. Unless it's somewhere in the fuel-rich stage combustion line, but I don't think that would be the case. No. Okay. I mean, we're probably not pushing our tech much past, you know, the 70s line, realistically. Because I don't think I'm going to try to push this past moon boots. So... You know, I think it's figure out our... Well, here, let's actually go to the admin building. We're done with this crude orbit program. Only a little bit over time. And we will grab advanced crude orbit. At 4 years? Sure. So, I mean, the plan is... uncrewed lunar surface exploration, which means we're going to have to write a script that can do a lunar landing. And then advanced crude orbit, like, we're basically following the U.S. path to the moon just a little bit more slowly because it's already 1967. So, you know, we're going to figure out orbital rendezvous, docking, all of that. We'll figure out, hopefully, we'll get better at launching into more precise orbits so that we can do rendezvous and docking. At the same time, we'll be figuring out our scripts for lunar landers and things like that. And then we'll basically put that all together with the next program, which is crewed lunar, right? In theory, we could take this. How many program slots does this want? 4. How do I get 4 more program slots? That's a question. Yeah, okay. Upgrade only gives us 1 more slot. So we'd need to upgrade the admin building quite a bit, but... And then astronaut complex. Yeah, we need an upgrade for this to do EVAs. Yeah, so let's start that upgrade. We're going to need that anyway. We're going to need a bunch of tech before we can do a proper Gemini. But I think what we should do... here, let's flip over to the to-do list. All right, so what do we want to do next time? We need to start designing lunar probe and a new lunar lander, I should say. I don't know if this will require a new launcher or if we'll be able to keep getting away with Atlas Centaur. We might need a new launcher. Start designing Gemini launcher. Possibly, if we build a bigger launcher, we'll be able to do the biocapsule space high really easily, just to, like, as a test of that rocket, basically. Before we have all the tech to actually do the capsule part, we can just throw a probe on top of it, right? We'll build our whatever we decide to build. So the overall plan is lunar lander, Gemini. Basically that. And then, yeah, this is a question, because we're going to have new experiments that are coming in interplanetary era science. So maybe we want to bring up the electronics research and interplanetary era science. Because electronics research, I think, also improves my research speed, right? Researcher efficiency upgrade. Yeah. So... just do this first, because we're not in a rush to do our Gemini, right? And this will let us get a lot more... we should still have plenty of staff available. Or plenty of funding available. No, my balance is negative. Why is it so negative? Oh, constructions are expensive. My subsidy's low. That's all right. We'll figure it out. Program budget is 2,000. Yep. And this one is eventually going to run out and just be a drag instead of a net positive because I'm not flying any more commercial flights. Scopos is just too annoying, unfortunately. But yeah, I think we're just a little bit negative because of the astronaut complex that we're building, but like that's fine. We have nearly 1 million funds in the bank, so I'm just not worried about that right now. We should be able to run first lunar orbiter and mapper. Oh, look at that. So we should be able to just launch another one of our orbiter probes that can do this. And our AP needs to be below 500. Okay. So we'll need to tweak our altitude a little bit to make sure that we hit this. But I think we've already pretty much done this with our existing probe, so we can just launch another one and get the free... Oh, and this one's required anyway. So we'll add this to our to-do list, first lunar orbiter and mapper, for next session. That way we have something to do right away. And then first lunar landing is just first lunar landing. All right. Let's double check the program requirements for this. Oh, and then we have first far side lunar landing. Okay. And to do first far side lunar landing, well, actually, I don't know. We'll have to think about that, how we want to handle that. But I was going to say it's harder because we won't have comms, but everything we do is automated, so we don't need comms. So first far side landing might not be any more difficult than first lunar landing, other than that we need to actually make sure we're on the far side of the moon when we do the landing. First rendezvous. Should be possible. And here they want us to adjust our apoapsis for this. But it's worth quite a bit of reputation, so I might be doing that. And then flight with at least 3 crew, we don't necessarily have. We can't do this until we have a bigger, well, I think so. I'll have to check what the Soviet capsules are, but I don't think we can necessarily do this. And then first docking probably requires first rendezvous. Yes. First EVA. I just need the astronaut complex upgraded before we unlock this one. Okay. So we should be able to do first rendezvous, first EVA. First EVA will be easy. First rendezvous is going to be harder. And And then uncrewed lunar surface exploration. Far side requires... Okay, so we just have to be within the 80-degree sort of circle of the far side from Earth. That should be possible. And then sample recovery would be cool, but... And maybe we should do sample recovery, because that's stuff we're going to have to figure out for humans, right? We got to get the humans home. Well, we should get the humans home. Okay. I think we got a plan for next time. We have some new rockets to design next time, whatever our Gemini launcher is going to be. Potentially, that'll be the same launcher for our lunar lander. Who knows yet? We have a couple of science probes that we can make just to get a few hundred extra science for ourselves. So we should look into that as well. And we're also going to have some new science eventually with the interplanetary era science. Where am I? I don't know why I changed the camera. That's weird. Yeah, with interplanetary era science, we're going to have a bunch of new upgraded experiments. So we should be able to run these and get quite a bit more research points, which hopefully will help us kind of catch up on... Again, it would be good to get the next RL-10 upgrade. It would be good to get the better AJ-10. Solids, I don't know if we care so much about. The Gemini Retro, okay, we might want to grab this. Otherwise, we're going to be potentially screwing around with Gemini stuff. Oh, and of course, the Titan boosters. If we decide to go that route, which we may not. Ooh, and the Castor 2s, also great. So yeah, that's all, lots still to do, but like, I wasn't sure. There were a few times where I really thought we were not actually going to get this game all the way to Moon Boots, but it's starting to feel like it's possible for us to get all the way to Moon Boots, and I'm excited for that. So, unmanned lunar lander and manned rendezvous are going to be our two kind of next steps on the way. And I'll see everybody next Wednesday for the next KSP day. Thanks a lot, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and you want to watch live while we try to get to the moon, the link to my Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. And of course, any care and feeding of the algorithm you wish to do is always really appreciated. It really does help small creators like me. All right, everybody. Thanks again. I'll see you next time.